You know what? I'm changing it. Here we go. There we go. I'm changing it. Ah, okay. What the hell was this? That was what? Oh my god. That was horrible. What a jump. That was horrible. What a jump scare. Of course. Alright. First and foremost, we're going to try to get the boss. Oh, hold on. Wave. Oh, still a bit. We still haven't beaten this game. Because I get bogged down on side content. Oh, I have a pudding. I'm gonna eat it. On stream. I'm gonna have some ASMR pudding noises. Oh, I have to write the... Oh my god, I have a few things to do. It's not loading very well. That's not good.
Ready to carry. I'll do it. Brace yourselves.
Bring it on. Not impressed. Just try it.
Oh my god. Maybe now it'll... Okay, it seems like it's gonna work now. Gonna be okay. This type. Sane pudding. Je la malève le vede. This type of pudding. Okay, I have a bad feeling about this.
Let's dance.
Oh. What flavor? Pudding flavor, what do you mean? Aren't puddings usually vanilla or something?
On me. Let's dance. Not looking good. Not giving up.
Hold on, I'm gonna check. Yeah, vanilla. Vanilla pudding. Why are you being so racist against me? I don't get it. Racism is not good, did you not know? Did you know that racism is bad? Here we go! Looking more and more like the shooter was Tucker Agroiper. No way! That's a lie. It was a trans left something.
Bring it on.
Oh my god. Maybe I should talk about the new response of Trump to the Polish thing, okay?
Okay.
Which one? Did you see? Did you see the Trump response? And I'm not talking about the here we go. I'm talking about the newer one. I'm talking about the newer one. Maybe I shouldn't spoil it for those who have not seen it. Hey. My goodness, there was big Polish news, and the biggest Polish political streamer has not been invited anywhere to talk about it. That's not justice. That's miserable potatoes, you know? Person of interest is a skinny white guy wearing sunglasses and a cap, wearing a shirt with American flag. We don't know that. That's not confirmed. No. Okay, I guess I'll milk a whole segment out of the response, I guess. Everybody should be like Lucy as the real Trump response. Everybody should be like Lucy as the biggest Polish trans content creator. What do you have to say about these developments? And I'd be like, in my professional estimation, the political climate of the landscape of the chessboard
On me.
on the philosophical denounce has been indeed ferocious and incredible. And people will be like, oh my god, that is an expert. We need to subscribe and donate. Lucy, what do you have to say about these developments? Wait for me to do the segment about it. It's gonna be juicy.
Ready to evade.
On me.
Okay, it's gonna be juicy like an apple. Straight from the tree. Palus, yeah.
Watch out. Careful now.
Yes, I did. It's speculation at this point, so I don't deal with oh my god, I don't deal in speculation. I'm the only reasonable hardcore lefty content creator that said don't do the crab dance on Charlie Kirk's grave, okay?
Watch out.
I'll do it.
Please, survive.
I'm the only one. Oh my god.
Let's dance. Ready to parry.
Oh my god. Kevin Logan did? Wait, wait. What did Kevin Logan do? The crab dance, or did Kevin Logan do don't do the dance? Oh my god. Did he wear the crab suit? Hello, my cafe. It's not good, okay? I have this feeling that people have no... People don't treat any of this seriously. It worries me. People lack any sense of self-preservation or pragmatism.
Ready to evade.
It worries me greatly.
Let's dance.
I think people get lost in the whole this is just entertainment meme. Too much, a bit, you know?
Get ready.
Turn up.
Just try it.
On me.
I'll respond to the chat when I parry all the enemy's moves. Or die. Trying.
On guard.
Alright. The first response really should be horror, failing that it should be the second or third. Maybe you're too much faith in humanity. Maybe I do. That really should not be the again, the precedent to set that we don't like a person and therefore they should be shot. That's not, you know what I mean?
Take down their shields.
Not impressed. Cut him down.
Wait, why am I not?
I've got this.
Please try.
Brace yourselves.
Did I die again?
You did die again.
Feel the embrace of fire. Careful, Mael.
Mael.
Brace yourselves.
I can do it.
So yeah, what do you think? A lot of people maybe find it trite to say that it's no small thing to take someone's eye, but it's true. There's a reason we want to avoid such things at many. Yeah.
Take down their
And even if you want to be really pragmatic about it, if you just really hate the person on the other side, quote unquote,
Careful now.
Let's dance. That's so done.
Not impressed.
That's so done. Let's dance.
how did I... If you really hate the person on the other side, remember that what was done to person X can be done to person Y, okay? I'm already reading headlines about some DNC bomb threats, okay?
Careful, Mael.
It's a vicious cycle, as a certain president has said. Okay, it's a vicious cycle.
On me.
Ready to evade. Brace yourselves. I'll do it.
Ready to strike.
Merci.
I don't know.
Careful, Verso.
I don't...
Just try it.
I can imagine living in a world where anytime anybody speaks publicly, you wonder, I hope they don't get shot.
A storm is coming. Take cover.
Oh my gosh, there's a Bernie Sanders speech. I hope gets out of it intact.
Last chance. I'm ready.
Or, you know, that New York mayor candidate. Oh, he's a socialist or communist. And as we all know, communists led to the death of 100 billion people. Maybe he should be taken out. Ben Shapiro gonna get his own Pope box now to debate college kids.
Careful, Verso.
Get ready.
Please, fly. Lune, watch out.
You're outmatched.
I don't believe this.
I got this.
Verso, dodge.
It's not just Verso. I gotta learn the patterns, okay? That's my goal, to learn the patterns. And then we're gonna go and talk about the crap. I wonder how the videos will do.
Get ready.
Look at that.
Oh well. Incoming.
Okay.
Oh. I feel like fascists can be taken down. I feel like they've been getting their way too much lately, and peaceful protesting isn't going to do anything. It's not about just peaceful protesting, it's about political action. If you think that creating a climate in which any public speaker can be shot at any time, then I'm not sure if that's the world you want. Because it's not gonna be like, oh yeah, just the bad people I don't like are gonna get hurt. That's not how that works at all. You know? That's not how that works. That's not how that plays out.
Brace yourselves.
And what do you expect? You expect one side to eventually just out-violence one another and win a glorious victory?
My turn.
Let's dance.
Just try it.
What is the expectation here?
Overflowing with energy.
Yeah, but then the right wing will say the same. Oh, I feel like the transes are existentially threatening to my traditional whatever crap. And must be eliminated.
Just try it.
Oh my god.
The dance.
How did I not?
Last chance. Okay. This will hurt.
Ready to evade.
Of course. What if the divine just inevitable? What if the divine is just inevitable? What do we do then? It's an increasingly hopeless situation we find ourselves in as our ancestors once did. There is no such thing as an inevitable in history or in life. Inevitable is just a post hoc justification that we create for a situation. It was inevitable. There was nothing that could have been done.
I'll do it.
Please survive.
I'll do it.
Lune, careful.
There's always something we can do. The situation is never completely helpless. A decisive material victory is unlike any conflict from this point is destined to last for years and years, in sporadic bursts of all across the nation and likely the world.
Last chance. Time to hit big. This will hurt.
I'm ready.
There's nothing we can do to stop this, says Kanshi, where it only happens. I mean, there were attacks on, like the Fiso got shot. That was a thing. Oh my god, this attack, I don't know how to parry it yet. It's never good to decide to
Let's dance.
that things are so helpless that the only thing that's left is to lash out. You know?
On me.
Watch out, my hell.
Lune, watch out. Ready to parry. Not giving up.
I mean, I think in this case we very much have the choice not to. The problem with the reasoning of, oh, he did this or that is that anybody can articulate a reason why somebody should be killed. That doesn't really change the point. If you want a justification why somebody should be killed, you'll always find one. Even if it's completely nonsensical.
Let's dance.
Careful, Mael. Brace yourself. Take cover.
Yeah, I think it would have been preferable if Russia did not invade Ukraine. In fact, yeah. I do think that would have been preferable. If Russia just stuck it out, yeah. Instead of invading.
Time to hit big.
I would have actually been the preferable thing. From my perspective. I feel like your perspective would be Russia invades in Ukraine, lets it happen. Well, no. It would be your perspective, actually. Oh, Russia, Ukraine is such a threat. We should just get rid of it. We should deal with it. It's actually the result of your thinking. Hello, fake Kyle Parker.
Ready to parry.
Brace yourself.
Luna, careful. Careful now.
Danger.
Damn.
Ready to strike.
War is a different context than domestic politics. Assassination is normal strategy of war. It's a good strategy, but in politics... How about this weather?
Time to hit big.
It actually isn't. It's just that your morality comes from the state, not from principles, and the state doesn't want the people it's ravaging internally to strike back. Yeah, because creating a martyr out of Charlie Kirk, which will just make people enact violence and threaten to bomb the DNC, will surely end the genocides and bring us great results. Principles, an Entropy fan. Principles. This is just stupid talk. Yes. Let's make Let us make a deified martyr out of Charlie Kirk. This will give us such political benefits. Well, if you oblige, you're just stupid. I hate to break it to you. The only thing you're getting is a little bit of satisfaction over one insignificant in the grand scheme of things guy being dead. Yeah, because Charlie Kirk being dead ends all the genocides and ends all the things that you've been participating in. It's not like there are 10 Charlie Kirks waiting in line to replace him.
Take cover.
Yes, totally. You're getting so much out of this. It's incredible. The genocide and the bigotry are about to end. Charlie Kirk is dead. We've almost solved it. Yes, brilliant. And then Trippy Fan, you've got it. You've solved the problem. The people are striking back. We've almost won the glorious fight.
Careful now.
Ready to parry. On guard.
Incredible. Do you get existential worry, Lucy? No, we will not. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You're so naive that I don't even know what to tell you.
This will hurt.
The other side will say the exact same thing. I guess you're just too blind to see it. The other side, quote unquote. Yeah, let's just wait who will out-violence who. Well, surely no left-leaning person will ever get assassinated or killed. No, only the bad people will get killed. And only the deserving people will meet with violence. Surely.
A storm is coming. So much potential.
You're stupid.
Well, thanks.
And then Trippy Fan. Fake Kyle Parker. I'm just going to say my general opinion. Violence begets violence. Preemptive strikes are bad. You're allowed to hit back if someone strikes you. But hitting someone back twice as hard won't make the pain go away. Escalating violence will only get innocents hurt. Excellent argument. Well, I'm matching your energy of if we only out-violence them, we will win. Or, oh yeah, if you don't want political violence, it means that Europe should disarm and let Russia attack. That's also a brilliant argument. No, it's not self-defense. You're being stupid. Excellent argument. This is self-defense. I'm defending myself. I am just defending myself against Charlie Kirk, the perpetrator of the genocide. This is such pathetic LARPing. Why don't you go grab a gun if you're so brave, if you're so confident in your principles, and not just clap when somebody else does it? What's your opinion on your statement? Accurate.
Let's dance.
Watch out. Careful now.
Bam. This is such empty LARP. I mean, persuading the masses works better than LARPing and killing individuals, yes. Literally, yes. Because it actually leads to something. Oh, that is my sincere answer.
Not looking good.
Ready to strike.
Take cover.
For being politically active.
My turn.
Hello, Convenient Estelle. The issue is that we escalate, the next victim might not be a political figure, but instead a mother taking care of her kids. Yeah, or any random trans person on the street. Yeah, or you. Yes, that is exactly what I said. Vote every 4 years, everything will be fine. I think I feel justified in calling you stupid, okay? If you think that is what I said. Why don't you live out your principles and not just vicariously clap and live through other people? You say that it's a principled position. Why don't you live your principles? An Entropy fan. Oh yeah, you just sit comfortably and clap when you perceive other people to do it. The principled position of an Entropy fan. Go live up your principles. Live them out. It's so pathetic. Oh wait, you don't have the guts to do that, do you?
Please survive.
Here.
My father, not grandfather, but... Oh, if there's a popular insurgency, if there's a mass that I can hide in, I'll do it. Okay. That's such a principled position. If there's a crowd that I can be a part of, then I'll join.
In the embrace of fire.
On me.
Great. Thank you, an Entropy fan. Oh, now we're talking about effectiveness. Okay. Now we're talking about effectiveness. When it's about you doing anything.
Watch out.
Guard up. Please survive. Ready to parry.
Luna, careful.
I'm ready.
And guard.
Of course. When anybody but you does something like that, then it's effective and good. But when you're called to live your principles, oh no, it's only effective when there's a popular movement that you can join.
Parry it.
Gray, yawn wannabe. Look, I participated in putting crab emojis in Kevin Logan's chat as he danced in a crab costume and Fowler had because fuck Charlie Kirk, he's had an actual violent impact on my life, but I'd rather that he died from natural causes. I don't think it's...
You can do better.
I think it just gives ammunition
Okay.
to right-wing pundits. That's it. That's all that is achieved through the crab dances, etc. Apart from 5-minute satisfaction.
Careful, my own.
Ready to parry.
Take cover.
Ready to parry.
Oh, I have to read the... Okay, I died again. I'm gonna read the chat. Yeah, it is a pretty difficult one. I'm gonna change things soon. I'm Mexican fake Carl Parker says. I have to say who says the comments. I'm Mexican American. Who's to say some crazy psycho won't call me an invader and gun me down? It's also, it's not about getting everyone to change their mind. It's about getting enough people to change their mind. At most, 500,000 people marched on Washington, D.C., Wyoming, a state in the U.S. has around 600,000. Killing political figure often turns them into a symbol. That is true. That is what is happening with Charlie Kirk, that's for sure. Instead of weakening their cause, the assassination immortalizes them as a martyr. Their followers become more united and sympathy for their movement spreads beyond their base. In many cases, the slain leader gains more influence in death than in life. Also, when someone is assassinated, their replacement is rarely weaker. Often a harder line with a more radical leader steps in. Someone who is less willing to compromise and more dangerous. That is usually what happens. Random free PO. I think people are scared and they find violence comforting because they resign themselves to dying behind the gun. Gray Yon Wannabe says, an entropy fan. People like you are the reason I love the United States. You won't do anything but sit on your ass until some imaginary revolution comes around. If it ever will. All me and my friends are. Is it because they're not doing enough, you're not getting involved in local groups? Wow. When it comes to talking about the assassination, an entropy fan says that it's good, useful, and effective. But suddenly, when an entropy fan is called out to live out their principles, it's, oh yeah, I'm gonna go out when there's enough numbers. Okay, that's cool.
Let's dance.
Get ready.
Take cover.
Get ready. Coming.
On me. Shot. Lost. Not giving up.
Just because Charlie Kirk is dead, it doesn't mean that his ideas are. Without a broader strategy, all events like those is create turbulence without direction. Like, what are the main comments under every video commenting on Charlie Kirk's death? All the videos' first comment is, his ideas will now be 1,000 times stronger by his followers. My goodness. I'm only willing to take ineffective action because I'm a coward who only endures violence from the sidelines and in chat. That is actually true.
I won't waste this. Take cover.
It's always so easy to just clap from the sidelines. So simple. Or put on a crab costume for that matter.
Careful, Mael.
On me.
Careful.
It's sharp. I can do it.
I give this game's French a 4 out of 10. It's a French game. Okay. Also, which attack are you talking about? Also, you cannot judge this game's French if I'm not playing it in French. Oh. I suspect it's because the game is in English right now. Not because it's bad French. It was made by French people. I think they know French.
Last chance.
Because it sounds cool. I think. Unironically.
Let's carve a path.
As dumb as it sounds, I think it just sounds cool. Yeah. See? Vecchia sounds cooler than Bishop. You've made my point for me.
My turn. this.
Let's dance.
I'll do it. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
Oh well.
Take cover. Keep it going. So much potential.
Uh,
Bring it on.
oh my god.
Not looking good. I can do it.
I won't lose again.
Uh, Fury Bishop sounds lame.
Ready to strike. I've got this.
Careful, Verso.
Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I feel ashamed.
I'm ready. Danger. I'm ready. Romance flowing.
Here we go again.
Here we go again indeed.
Blades sharpened. This will hurt. This will hurt.
I don't know, it just sounds so pathetic. To hear the very blatant LARP. Oh, I died. No, activism is when you clap when an assassination happens. That is the peak of activism. You're right, an Entropy fan. Putting on a crab suit when someone is killed that's peak activism.
Take cover.
Okay.
Actually get more mileage from giving money to your favorite streamer.
Get ready.
Because you're bettering someone's material conditions. There you go.
Begins.
I think it will snowball, actually. I actually think it will snowball. It already is snowballing. Which I probably should be talking about that bomb threat. biggest movements have been built on assassinations, don't you know? By random person, mind you. We don't even know who we don't even know who did it and what the motive was. But who cares about those things, right?
Here we go again.
The eternity of ice. Nobody dies. Take cover! Careful, Verso.
Blades sharpened.
Oh, statistically speaking, okay. Brilliant. We'll see if it blows over. Right now it's not blowing over, that's for sure. It is not blowing over right now.
This will hurt.
Careful, Maya.
Incoming. Watch out.
Brace yourselves. I'm ready.
Oh my god. Yeah, we'll be talking about it. I'll try the fight one more time and then we'll get to politics because I see that the chat is politically charged today. Understandably so. I am discussing politics while doing this.
Okay.
Brace yourselves.
Watch out.
That's so done. Ready to pound. On guard. Lost.
Well, there are other ways to fight.
This will hurt.
Careful now. Ready to strike. Don't die next time. I've got this. Just try it.
Oh, I thought I got good at parrying this, but no. The moment I think I got good, I get put in my place. Okay, one last try. One last try, okay?
Danger!
Careful now.
Danger!
I can do it. Not giving up.
Yes.
Sorry I failed.
When I talk about pudding, but no. I mean, it's a good pudding. I still have some left.
Watch out, my Al. Just try it.
Ready to carry. Dodge.
Lightning dance. Let the ink flow.
My goodness.
Let's keep going.
Oh,
Ready to parry.
I thought I would parry.
Ready to parry.
Watch out, my Al.
I can do it.
That counts.
I'm okay.
You're not okay, but that's the point.
This will hurt.
Not impressed.
What? I pressed it! Mother quacker. Well, I'm dead. Okay, and whatever. It's whatever. We're going to politics because it seems like this is the way. I'm gonna go to the toilet and then we're gonna start from Polish news because that's the... I'm a Polish channel, you see. So, you know. Yeah. I'm gonna be right back. Invite all your family, friends, colleagues, etc. Say that today's stream is engaging and cool and very intense, and press like, you know, all that stuff and etc. You know, today's more engaged than I expected. And by Polish news, I mean Trump's response to the drone attack on Poland. By Polish news, I mean Trump, okay? We're gonna be talking Polish news, so Trump. I'll be right back. Well said, Grayon wannabe. Well said. Well, let us get to the news. I don't even know why I put this thing on. But things are happening. Oh, it's Asmongold, the video that I watched. My goodness. Yeah. Yeah, that West Side Tyler is like a... West Side Tyler is a psycho. I hate to say it. A LARPy psycho. West Side Tyler also believes that if you show your face in public, you're fair game to dogs, so... You know. It is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. He's still alive. Oh, interesting. West Side Tyler is alive. Oh. Oh, brilliant. To the tune of
trouble. But
418
he's not a thought leader. A lot of people
people.
know about him and don't care about him. He works out of a studio.
Brilliant.
He doesn't have like real guests come out. And I don't think he does rallies. I don't think people would let him do rallies. He is a divorcee.
I'm watching the live stream right now.
Homosexual that everybody knows does gay stuff to people around him. The comedy scene doesn't like him. He's lame. He's weird. He's like a fucking theater kid. I think he's fucking cooked as far as like being around people goes, and I think he's probably a big enough pussy to know that like maybe he shouldn't go on.
Where's President Sunday here on this list? I don't get it.
I would say if Steven Crowder starts appearing in public,
Loner Box is on the
Charlie
list?
Kirk was, he is on matter of time energy because he's way more irritating than Kirk ever was. Like he's irritating to people that maybe agree with him politically, much less.
Wait, if Loner Box is on the list,
hurting them to the soul of like their core beliefs.
if
and
President Sunday is on the list,
like people just hate Steven Crowder. Greg Gutfeld has been on the record saying Steven Crowder is an irritating cunt. You know what I mean? And Greg Gutfeld is a party guy. So
who's
I
at
don't
the
think
top?
You're going to see him getting invited to.
You mean S tier?
First Turning Point USA stuff that anybody valuable is going to be going to, or that anyone's going to really risk taking a shot at some fucking Canadian closet case. In fairness, great Pee Wee Herman impression. He does. I wouldn't be surprised. He learned most of his Pee Wee Herman antics from jerking off in movie theaters the same way.
Oh, you're still adding people.
Call that. He did a lot of method acting. By popular request, Taylor Lorenz. Maybe just to give a fucking an intro to. Taylor Lorenz is.
Oh, look, Dylan Burns didn't even make it to the list. Loner Box made it, but Dylan Burns didn't make it to the list.
Definitely on the fucking DNC payroll. For sure. And other people are going to be shocked by that. But, like, understand, if you're on Baby's First Conspiracy, or as simple-minded as fucking the Majority Report's fucking B Squad is, you might see somebody that says something that you agree with and go,
Who the hell is this anime avatar?
I agree with, and then you'll never look harder into it. You're what's called a rube. This isn't to be argued with. I don't care what you have to say. You're a rube. You're just trying to convince yourself if you're talking to me. You have nothing to say that I'm going to listen to or need to hear because you're a fucking idiot. Taylor Lorenz plays the fucking like Kissingerian fucking CIA asset perfectly.
Oh, Dylan Burns is on S. Never mind. He did make it to the list.
Her recent live filled and where did those sources come from reporting? Basically is set up to completely she wants all the time. Pretty fucking aggressive statements toward him as a Jewish order to bank completely. I'm like, look at the 6th floor. You are fucking up, dog. Place distance between all the money you ever need. Really, whatever. Alex is like, oh shit, anybody.
This is wild.
Rural Route 13. He's driven in a minefield and got shelled by Russians, though unlike the rest of them, he's actually aware of this and willing to take the risks. Yes. It's kind of like the ultimate force multiplier is standing 10 toes down that every toe lands in a boot in a war zone is like the ultimate, like, well, yeah. So we can move on from Dylan to Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, budding. Can woodwork in order to torpedo that out of nowhere for no good reason, and all of a sudden was doing an entire press circuit in order to plug this, which is bog standard day one 5th column shit. It is like CIA playbook number 1. And like everybody that's like, what would Wired lie if they...
Okay, whatever. That's enough. That's enough. I have had enough of this crap. Okay. What is this? Is that Xander Hall? Where? Where is Xander Hall? Where? I don't see him. I don't see Xander Hall. In S tier? No way. Wait, what?
She came out of fucking nowhere to show up.
No, Xander Hall is not in S tier. There's no Xander Hall. No. That would be something. No, there's no Xander Hall. I don't even see Xander Hall at all on the list, to be quite honest with you. What tier would I be? What is Lucy Haas tier? Oh, it's Destiny. Yeah. I think. You think? It is wild. To the left of Klein? Xander Hall did not make it to the list. Xander Hall has been cleansed from the list. It's like he was not able to make the cut. Oh look, speak of the devil. Ben Shapiro is terrified of the return of the woke. Here you go. I wonder if he did anything on... Ooh. He had breaking! Look, Xander Hall is a proper journalist. Breaking news! Charlie Kirk shot dead at 31 and more. At 31. Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to take this. See? Xander Hall is a proper journalist. Breaking news! Breaking the news to you, for you, etc. Okay? Broken news by Xander Hall. I'm afraid of how he covered it. Let's see.
Ornstein Sullivan, thank you for the $2. A progressive figure who had been shot at a speaking event, you would not see like this massive press conference held and it treated like such. I don't feel like they'd be
I mean,
talking about
Trump.
it like 9/11 just happened.
Trump is the president, okay?
Just a suspicion I have. Not based in any real evidence, factually. or
Okay,
anything like
Trump's
that, just
Trump's the
mine.
president. That's it. Trump's the president. Let's not pretend that's not a factor. Like the flags are halfway down for Charlie Kirk. He's treated like a venerated hero. Isn't he about to get a medal or something? Didn't Trump announce that he's gonna get a medal? It's insane. Another reason that it's not a good thing that it happened is President Trump is gonna make him into a venerated hero. A war hero. War against the woke. Yeah, let me show you something. Let me show you a little bit of a thing. You know how let's just goodness. Let me show you the response because that is something else. You know how this whole thing with Poland is pretty serious, even if I don't believe it will lead to any specific action. I don't believe it will lead to any specific results. I don't believe it will. Well, okay, it will result in helping Poland's anti-air capabilities. It will help bolster Poland's military. But the real effect that I think should happen, helping Ukraine more, I don't think that will happen from the 19 flying objects entering Poland's airspace. And I think that sends a message to Russia that maybe NATO will not react strongly if Russia moves into the Baltic states, but that's neither here nor there. The situation was nonetheless treated as something extremely serious. There was NATO Article 4 invoked, a meeting held by NATO members to discuss the situation. European leaders already have all announced one way or another support for Poland. Things are pretty intense. And in the midst of all that, we had that Trump little tweet. What's up with Russia violating Poland's airspace? Here we go. Remember that? And ever since then, we've got a new response from Trump. Because a reporter asked him, what's your reaction to Russia's drone incursion into Poland? And Trump's response basically is, well, let's see what Trump's response is to saying that, to the question of, what do you think about the Russian drones in Poland?
What's your reaction to Russian drone incursion into Poland?
Could have been a mistake. But regardless, I'm not happy about anything having to do with that whole situation. But hopefully it's going to come to an end.
Could have been a mistake! There you go! It could have been a mistake. What do you know? Poland says that it has not been a mistake. The Polish government says that it's definitely been an action done purposely. I believe European leaders also echo that sentiment that it definitely was not just some accident, that it was not a mistake. But there is one country that does claim that it has been a mistake. Do you know what it is? Do you know what country says that it was a mistake? Russia. Yeah, that's right. Russia said that it was just a mistake and that the drones came from Ukraine anyway. And I find it very interesting that Trump in his rhetoric, Trump in his response to this incident, to this whole ordeal, to this whole mess, his response is to parrot the Kremlin party line. Doesn't it make you think? Doesn't that just kind of make you think how Trump's interest seems to align closely with Russia's? How, again, Trump has been all about pressuring Ukraine, pressuring the one country that is invaded, and never pressures Russia on anything. In fact, invites Vladimir Putin, treats him as a friend, red carpet treatment, everything that's nice. And yeah, he likes Poland so much that he said that the drones entering Poland, that it just could have been a mistake. It just could have been a mistake, even though it directly contradicts what the Polish government is saying on the matter. So, you know what? I don't think Trump liking Poland matters very much. I think it's a little bit of a hunch on I will admit that I'm just speculating, but I think Trump might like Russia more than he likes Poland. What do you think? Does Trump like Russia more than he likes Poland? That's a tough one. That is a tough one. Who does Trump consider to be a bigger player on the world stage, a more powerful country, a better business partner? I wonder, is it Poland or is it Russia? Who is he more ideologically aligned with? Is it Poland or is it Russia? It's just, wow. You just cannot decide. That's a tough one. That's a conundrum for me. I have to think about it. I will have to consider this matter very carefully. If Trump likes Poland more, or if he likes Russia more. You know, maybe the fact that he's parody in the Kremlin party line is in itself just a little bit of a mistake, right? Maybe he misspoke. Maybe Trump just misspoke because he is tired from his duties as a president. Just, who knows? Who knows? It's a mystery. We will never know. And interestingly enough, so far, maybe something has changed since last time, I have seen no definitive statements of support from the United States of America. We speak of Trump liking Poland, we speak of the diaspora voting for Trump, and yet I don't see any statement from the United States, any definite, nothing. No backing of Poland whatsoever, even though several countries have already declared that they will support, actually pretty concretely, Poland militarily. So, no sign of support for Poland from the United States. None whatsoever, apart from Trump's weird, here we go, and it might have been a mistake. So, there you go. Also, what do you mean by NATO have responded quickly and effectively? What has NATO done as an organization, as NATO? Apart from individual European countries pledging support from Poland. What has NATO done as an organization, actually, regarding this matter? It was so quick and effective. This is my question, I guess. Yeah, 3 out of 19 objects have been shot down from the sky. Yeah, sure, effective. Very quick and very effective. If 3 objects out of 19 have been shot down, I don't know. It feels to me like it was actually not very effective. But, you know, whatever. 16 objects just entered deep into Poland and ran out of fuel and fell down. That's, I would think that is actually not very effective. But, you know, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Oh, no, all the objects were not tracked. All the objects were found. If you think all the objects were tracked, then why was a countrywide message sent to Polish people? If you find or encounter any drones, notify the government immediately. Why would you have that messages if all the objects were tracked? No, they were not tracked. Okay? Yeah, they were tracked into people's houses. Like, what do you mean they were tracked? Like, the Polish government, they just tracked a drone into a person's roof, destroying their livelihood? Is that the effective action of NATO, allowing people's houses to be wrecked by drones that were supposedly tracked? That's not effective. That's the opposite of effective. Why would you allow a tracked drone to wreck somebody's home? Which I talked about yesterday, that somebody's home was wrecked completely. Which is going to be a segment. No, it wasn't shut down. No. That wasn't the shutdown one. Also, why would you shut down a drone above somebody's house? All the drones were going towards settlements, by the way. And they just ran out of fuel. That was not, if that's the indicator of NATO responding effectively and quickly, then we're cooked, okay? We are cooked. Then Russia is just free reign to start its move on NATO, because that's embarrassing. You know, it's not good. Not good at all. Goodness gracious. And in this case, Trump's response does not help at all. It might have been, it's like a horrible response in line with the Kremlin. It's just Russian propaganda from the president's mouth. I already thought that the initial response was bad. The whole silly, what's with Russia violating Poland's airspace? Here we go. That was just goofy. Here we go. But now, I don't like anything regarding the situation, but it could have been a mistake. It could have been a mistake. Well, we all know what it was. It was the so-called checking the situation. It was probing the situation. Russia was very clearly probing how NATO would respond, how strongly it would respond. It was testing Poland's anti-air capability. It was just a one big test. To claim otherwise would be silly, especially since the drones came both from Belarusian as well as Ukrainian territory. The drones did not even just come from the Ukrainian territory. So, The United States are really proving to be an amazing ally to everybody, actually. What an amazing response. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. It could have been a mistake. This whole situation is such a wasted opportunity, by the way. This whole situation is a wasted opportunity. So far, I remain disappointed. This should not have been a moment of, oh wow, we will bolster Poland's anti-air capability. No, it should have been, from now on, we will make sure that no missiles or drones will even reach Polish territory. We will be shooting down drones when still in Ukraine and missiles. That should have been, that was the perfect opportunity for that to happen. But of course, alas, it did not. Alas, it was not. So the perfect opportunity to start protecting Ukrainian sky has been wasted once again. So yeah. Brilliant. I guess, yeah, there you go. I did the brilliant segment on the thing. Well done. Oh, Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter. Brilliant. Brilliant. The brilliance of Scott Ritter. Vladimir says, I've heard Ukraine is also behind the Charlie Kirk assassination. True. Scott Ritter. Brilliant. Yeah, because Ukraine all of a sudden has magical technology that allows it to control where the Russian drones go. Wait, hold on. If Ukraine has such technology to just, change course of drones, then does that mean that Ukraine on the daily just purposely allows drones to hit residential buildings in cities? Is that the line that we're gonna go with now? Is that the hypothesis? Do you hack them and send them back to Russia? What? Wow. Okay. Brilliant. My goodness. Jack Don't Do It has a pretty interesting way of thinking of how the war works. All right. We've done the topic. Let's see. Whoa. Look at that. Trump reportedly sends warm birthday wishes, cuffling gift to Belarus's Lukashenko. Now this is a topic that I have to cover. Happy birthday, Lukashenko. Oh my gosh. Why has nobody covered Lukashenko's birthday? I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that is happening. Nobody cares about Lukashenko's birthday? Wow. I'm the only political streamer that does. Happy birthday! We're gonna sing him a song and then we're gonna read what's in this article. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lukashenko. Happy birthday to you. All right, perfect. US President Donald Trump reportedly sent a letter containing birthday wishes, which of course you do, especially when it comes to violent dictatorial leaders of puppet states of Russia. That is a must. That is a thing that is required. And a gift of cufflinks to his Belarusian counterpart. Look how happy he looks. He looks so proud of himself. But he doesn't look pleased. He looks very proud of himself, but on the other hand, this photo does not present a person that is happy with their birthday gift. Look, maybe he just does not like cufflinks. Maybe he's just not a fan, because he does not seem happy about this, at least from the photo presented. And you know what they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So it kind of feels like maybe Trump has missed the mark with his gift. I'm just doing some political analysis of the situation. You will forgive me. I'm a political streamer. And it's my job to look at the situation and analyze, do the analysis. Alexander Lukashenko, ahead of the release of dozens of political prisoners held by Minsk, which means that possibly Trump will say, the prisoners were released thanks to my birthday gift because I built friendly relations where Biden would just be evil and not send a birthday gift. Okay? Biden did not send the birthday. Lucy, did you watch the latest shit? I watched the Breaking Into the Corporate. That's the latest one that I've watched. All right. So yes, Biden did not send gifts or letters, okay, birthday wishes. I did. And therefore, Alexander Lukashenko released prisoners. Belarusian state news agency Belta reported on Thursday that Trump envoy John Cole presented Lukashenko with a letter from Trump containing warm congratulations and wishes from the US President and First Lady Melania Trump during a meeting in Minsk. Wow. A warm wishes from Melania. Well, that means a lot. That is cool. I wish I'd received warm wishes from Melania on my birthday, but I don't have much hope for that, okay? I don't have much hope. The letter dated September 8th said, Dear Mr. Lukashenko, Melania joins me in sending our best wishes on the occasion of your birthday. We are especially pleased to acknowledge Belarusian tennis player Arina Sabalenka's tremendous win at the US Open in New York. She represents the very best of your country, and we know you must be proud of her accomplishments. Okay. This is a bit random. We pray for your health and well-being, as well as continued progress toward our shared goals on behalf of the United States and Belarusian peoples. Wait, hold on. What does that mean? Our shared goals on behalf of the United States and Belarusian peoples? What are those shared goals? Yes, I did cover the drone incursion in the previous stream. Also, there was one missile. It wasn't just drones. we continued progress towards our shared goals? What the fuck are the shared goals of the United States of America and Belarus? Now I'm really curious. I thought this was just a meme article that we'd be reading, but now I'm really alarmed. What do you mean shared goals between the United States and Belarus? What? The hell is that supposed to mean? Okay. Does it have to do anything with the war? Maybe. Is that related? Attempts to normalize relations. That is very, very worrying that Trump wants to normalize relations with, the puppet state of Russia. Poland, for example, refuses to normalize relations with Belarus, just so you know. Because, that might be shared interest. That's true. So, there we go. Lukashenko was also presented with cufflinks from Trump, adorned with images of the White House, the Belarusian news agency reported. Although Trump's birthday wishes were belated, Lukashenko marked his 71st birthday on August the 30th. The gesture is a sign of the US leader's attempts to normalize relations between Washington and Minsk amid an ongoing war in Ukraine, in which Belarus is a clear ally to Russia, because of course it is an ally to Russia. Belarus is not an independent state. Although Belarus has not sent troops to Ukraine, it acted as a springboard from which Russia launched its 2022 invasion and continues to provide strong diplomatic support to Moscow. And no amount of phone calls from Lukashenko to Zelensky saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry that happened. Oh, forgive me," will change that, okay? None of it that will change that. I think, please bomb us in retaliation. That was such a weird phone. I still remember that. Please bomb us in retaliation. I will not defend myself. Trump envoy John Cole met with Lukashenko in Minsk to negotiate the easing of US sanctions against Belarus and the release of political prisoners described by the US president as hostages. Make no mistake, by the way, easing sanctions against Belarus is the same as easing sanctions against Russia. I don't think that needs explaining. If you have the easing of sanctions against Belarus, then Russia will just start getting everything that it needs through Belarus. That is a no-brainer, okay? So technically speaking, now the US doesn't even need to lessen the sanctions on Russia directly. All it has to do is, I guess, lessen them on Belarus. And there we go. Here we go. As a result of negotiations, Washington lifted sanctions against the Belarusian airline Belavia. Belta reported. Minsk on Thursday released 52 detainees of various nationalities, including 3 Polish citizens. It's in an act described by Lukashenko's administration as demonstrating principles of humanism. Yeah, because you know that Belarus is a bastion of humanism. Have I mentioned that they have enshrined it into law that the Belarusian military can shoot civilians without any consequence now? That happened, I think, in 2023. Have I mentioned that the bastion of humanism has enshrined in law the right for the military to just shoot civilians without any legal consequence? That's a thing. That's great. That's amazing that it happened. The freed prisoners included journalists, opposition figures, and pro-democracy activists. Yeah, because we all know that imprisoning journalists, opposition figures, and pro-democracy activists, it's a sign of clearly following principles of humanism. That is many of whom were described by the Belarusian regime as members of extremist and terrorist organizations, because there's no bigger sign of being a terrorist than being a pro-democracy activist or a journalist. If you're a journalist, you're a terrorist. Humanist rights group Vyasna estimates that there are still over 1,100 political prisoners in Belarus, because but in the light of this war, Belarus is not really talked about a lot, but it plays a role. It plays its role. Belarus has its place in this whole puzzle as a puppet state of Russia. Please do not make a mistake about that, because it's pretty obvious to all that know. Wow. What a brilliant birthday segment we've done, huh? My God. Birthday boy. Brilliant. I love it. I think I'm the only person that has reported on it, which makes me, brilliant. All right. The next segment is, of course, the manhunt. Or is it the bombing? Belarus reportedly building suspected secret missile base. Satellite images show. Oops. Oh, speaking of the devil. UN Security Council to convene emergency meeting on Friday after Russia violates Polish airspace. This is going to be interesting. So let's talk about this a bit. We're gonna convene today, because now it's Friday, right? Is now Friday? Yeah, it is. It is. So let's listen about. Let's. Yeah. Listen.
At Poland's request, the United Nations Security Council will convene an extraordinary meeting, the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs said on the social media platform X. The request follows Russia violating Polish airspace with drones the night before. The Polish military called the incident an act of aggression, which posed a real threat to public safety.
Which I will remind you that the President of the United States said that it might have just been a mistake. Also, we will see. This is the big thing. This is the thing that I am wondering what will come out of it. The emergency meeting. The decisions made during this meeting will tell a lot about NATO.
In the overnight operation, Poland, backed by NATO allies, shut down multiple incoming Russian drones.
3.
On Wednesday, Prime Minister Donald Tusk said that Poland invoked Article 4 of the NATO treaty, calling for emergency consultations among allies when a member's security is threatened. Drone fragments have been found in multiple parts of Poland, and some of the debris caused damage to civilian infrastructure.
There you go. Lukashenko is an opportunist. But he is still a puppet of Russia, do not forget. Let me see. This Russian provocation, as the generals and our soldiers are well aware, was nothing more than an attempt to test our capabilities, our ability to respond, Polish President Karol Nawrocki told soldiers on Thursday, which, you know what, I agree with that. I agree with that. It's like, I'm not gonna be one of these people that says, oh, Nawrocki said it, so it has to be shit. No, I agree. Russia definitely wanted to test the President Karol Nawrocki's capabilities. Interestingly enough, and that is something that is spoke about in the Polish media, but I don't see it much spoken in the English-speaking media. There's been a very interesting side effect of the drone incursion into Poland, and that is that the political scene in Poland has adopted a unified front when it comes to this topic. Nawrocki basically is in lockstep with Donald Tusk, which is something to behold. And Jarosław Kaczyński, the leader of Law and Justice, is not exactly pleased with that the political scene has consolidated around this topic. That is, I guess, one of the side effects of the recent, well, what happened, current events. And there was, of course, air traffic was restricted. Of course. US President Donald Trump spoke to Nawrocki on Wednesday, and the leaders expressed unity, but Washington said little about the drone incursions on the eve of a prisoner released by Belarus that followed an appeal by the US president. European leaders who want Trump to join them in tightening sanctions on Russia and boosting support for Kyiv said the airspace violations justify the collective response. Germany said it would intensify support for Ukraine. I want to know what that means. I want to know what intensified support for Ukraine means, because those oftentimes are just empty gestures, empty words, and I'm very skeptical. Throughout the years, I have grown very skeptical of the West, NATO, and I am, what can I say? We're gonna see what happens during the emergency NATO meeting, because everything rests on that. Everything will rest on that. I have to replenish the books. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to dedicate tomorrow to or today. We're gonna see. I have very intense days ahead of me. This is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be some crazy days ahead. Oh my god. Now that is a surprise. Interesting. I did not expect. Okay, whatever. I guess things are looking up for me. How crazy is crazy? Uber crazy. Mega crazy. I feel like Macron is our guy on this. Well, he might be. He very well might be. We'll see. All right, let's look at a few other topics before I rest my case. Let's see if there's any other news. Because Lukashenko's birthday is, I think, the biggest news of tonight, isn't it? And nobody reported, nobody cared, nobody wished the birthday boy happy birthday, apart from the only diligent guy in the room, Donald Trump. Any news? Crashing drones leave Poles shaken. A wake-up call, as I've said before. Georgian opposition chief arrested after call for peaceful revolution. Everybody forgot about Georgia. Ukraine's Zelensky urges allies to rethink air defense after Russian drone intrusion into Poland. That is true. No one in the world has enough missiles to shoot down all different types of drones, Zelensky said. That is true. Polish Prime Minister's car stolen outside his home, despite 24-hour security. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tusk's car was stolen. By the way, what's with that terrible AI Trump video? That's kind of disrespectful. I don't know anything about it. Look at this! Tusk's car was stolen. What's happening here? He does not look happy. He looks almost as miserable as Lukashenko about his birthday gift. Oh, that's a short. That is the short news segment. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk's family car was stolen from outside his home in northern Poland, despite being under round-the-clock surveillance by state security services. Uh-oh. That is so embarrassing. Who stole it? When did they steal it? Why did they steal it? What does that say about the state security service? What signal does that send? How safe is Tusk himself in light of recent events? Did the thieves want to send a message? The Lexus was taken on Wednesday in the city of Sopot as political attention centered on a Russian drone incursion into Poland's airspace. The vehicle was later found by police abandoned in a parking lot in Gdańsk. It feels like the thieves were just making a statement about security if they just abandoned it. The city neighboring Sopot, its license plate swapped in what investigators believe was an attempt to avoid detection. The perpetrators remain at large, media outlet Radio Z reported. That is such a weird story. And I have no clue what to make of it. I guess round-the-clock security is just overrated. I condemn any car violence in the political business between humans. No cars should be involved, says Vladimir. True. Although no violence was done against the car, it was just stolen. It was a carnapping. The Prime Minister's car was carnapped and then abandoned. Very sad story. Well, it has a happy ending. It was found. Donald Tusk was, I guess, reunited with his little baby. An Entropy fan says it might have been just dudes being dudes, and then they figured out it was the Tusk mobile and then abandoned it. It is so weird though. The security around the clock, 24-hour security, what happened to it? Did the guys went on break? Did they just abandon post? How did this happen? Maybe the security services of Poland are just worthless, useless, weak, ineffective. Who knows? That is certainly the impression that I'm getting from this whole mess. My goodness. Well, I would dare to protect Tusk, not his car. Well, the media seems to disagree. Aren't they supposed to protect his property as well? Surveillance. It's not even just security, it's surveillance. So they saw... Wait, Conrad, are you saying they saw the car being stolen and were like, it's not our job to protect his car. It's just our job to, protect him. Whatever. Let him steal the car. That is so wild. That is so weird. It's true. Whatever. I'll let him steal the car. That is wild if that's true. Alright, whatever. He does not look happy. He should be happy. He got his car back in the end, so it is a story with a tense beginning, but in the end of the day, it is also a story with a happy ending. So I think we should I think we can all find solace in the fact that this story ends well. And as we all know, all is well that ends well. Finally, some good news in these troubled times. Finally. Here we go. Ah. All right. Let's see if there's anything else cool that we have before we go to the news. Wow. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Where are the news? The news are... There a bomb threat? Capitol Police respond to non-credible bomb threat at DNC. There you go, the DNC bomb threat. No, they did not. The Carrick killer has not been found. That's going to be the news. What should we... The Hill. Bomb threat at DNC headquarters. Found to be not credible. Oh. Still, it is the effect of the climate. A bomb threat directed towards the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee, DNC, was found not to be credible, the National Party and Capitol Police said Thursday. An accident that came less than 24 hours after the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, because everybody decided that all bets are off, and I guess threats and violence are the way, and let's go. There we go, I guess. This afternoon there was a bomb threat to DNC HQ that was determined to not be credible by the US Capitol Police, a DNC spokesperson said in a statement. Out of an abundance of caution, Capitol Police is conducting an interior sweep of the building. As DNC Chair Ken Martin has said, political violence in every form has no place in our country. This is like the climate now. Political violence is, I guess, the name of the game now. The spokesperson continued, "We are grateful to the US Capitol Police and DNC building security for responding quickly and professionally." Senate staff had earlier received an alert from Capitol Police that it was responding to an incident at the National Party's headquarters. Capitol Police said in its own statement that it had been alerted to the potential threat at 1:07 p.m. So, I guess it's a nothing burger. But still, it is adding to the political climate that has been, that some people said should be brewed. But we're now going to something Charlie Kirk killer at large, I guess. Is he still at large? There's a manhunt going on. Manhunt sounds so violent, like they're hunting for a man. The chaotic hunt for Charlie Kirk's killer. Well, 51 minutes ago. Live updates. Photo of person of interest in Charlie Kirk murder. We don't know much, actually. Urgent manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer. There you go. This is the person. Looks like a real leftist. Looks like a... I think they might be trans, personally. I think it's a trans person.
Tonight, the massive manhunt. The FBI releasing these images of a person of interest in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, offering a $100,000 reward for information.
I also think it's a socialist, by the way. I saw a video where he's running on the roof. Oh, interesting. I think it's a trans socialist, actually.
Revealing
a far leftist, in other words.
They've now found the weapon that was used.
It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled.
And more potential critical evidence near the crime scene.
Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis.
President Trump late today.
I hear they're making big progress.
And we're getting new information about the...
Oh my God. Trump is so worthless. Trump's statements are so worthless, as always. I hear we're making big progress. Where have I heard that before? Oh yeah. Any topic that Trump chimes in, no matter what happens, he says, I think we're making big progress. Trump's public statements are worthless. They contain no information, then contain no useful content. It's either here we go, or it might have been an incident, or no, sorry, it might have been an accident, or I think they're making big progress. It's brilliant. As always, thank you, Donald Trump, for your input into the situation.
Grim timeline. Investigators say the shooter arrived on Utah Valley University's campus at 11:52 a.m. We spoke to Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason.
We know what time the gunman arrived on campus.
Yes.
Do we know if he had the rifle with him when he did?
We believe he did. We believe it was with him the entire time, concealed.
Authorities say surveillance video captures him climbing stairwells to the top of a building, then moving across its roof to the shooting location.
And nobody stopped him. He was seen climbing the building, moving on the roof, and nobody thought to stop him. Can anybody in the US, can anybody just climb any roof they want on a university campus? What the hell is happening?
Which was roughly 175 yards away from the stage. The roof with easy access.
It is very accessible.
Doors to access unlocked.
Not even.
Why? Why is the access to the roof so easy?
Doors. There's open pathways with railings that you stand over.
So there's somebody on the roof right there?
This video appearing to catch a glimpse of a figure dressed in black up on top of that very roof. Then Kirk arrived for the event, throwing hats to a cheering crowd before taking audience questions under a tent. Around 12:20 p.m., he was answering a question about mass shootings.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
They're not gonna show the moment, right? They're not gonna show the bit, right? I'm afraid to play. I'm scared to. You know what? I'm gonna pre-watch it. I'm scared for this. Hold on.
The video too.
Counting gang violence.
Great.
The video.
Okay. You know what? It's safe.
Video too disturbing to show. 3,000 people in the crowd, then screaming and running for their lives. Security rushing Kirk out in a black SUV. While this video appears to show someone up on that roof running away. Amid the chaos of that fatal shot, authorities say the gunman then jumped off a building, making his way off this campus into a nearby neighborhood. Brandon Russin was close to the stage.
All of a sudden, my heart just dropped to my stomach, and I knew after seeing the graphic nature of that shot that it was real, that Charlie had been shot.
After diving to the ground, he texted his wife.
What do you say?
The most important words I can say: I love you.
And Morgan joins us now live. Morgan, we are seeing the alerts tonight come into the newsroom. They are now telling the public there are rapid developments. What do we know?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. And we're still awaiting those extra details. But Commissioner Mason did tell me that when he viewed this surveillance footage of the suspect as they made their way across campus, he said he appeared to be comfortable, almost familiar with the layout of this campus, adding that when that fatal shot was fired.
See? There you go. Must have been a leftist, because only leftists are comfortable in a campus setting. Only leftists are university campus dwellers. I think the case is settled. I saw people hating that leftist guy that was on Jubilee because he cried after Kirk. What leftist guy? Who are you talking about?
the gunman did appear to have a face covering on, concealing his identity. Tom?
If you can check, I'll be grateful. So there we go. Two cousins.
For a second today, time stood still.
Yes. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't want to watch it. Two cousins stood near an entrance to the Utah Valley University campus today with signs in support of Kirk. I don't care. So the killer is still at large. We are releasing additional photos of the person of interest in connection with the murder of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Look at that. Well, look at that. It was easy for a shooter to access the roof, which surprises me why people should have easy access to roofs in settings like that, especially during an event like that. Members of Congress are scared to death. Yep. Still no suspect in custody, officials say, which was 3 hours ago. Which, by the way, I would like to still remind that it is very interesting to me that there's no suspect in custody. We don't know exactly who the killer is, what his motives are, and yet so many people are so confident in saying that it must have been this type of person, the motives must have been this, and that it calls to this or that kind of response. That I find it very comical to watch a Steven Crowder video or an Asmongold video in which they say, oh, the right cannot turn the other cheek anymore. We have to answer to the radical leftist violence, even though, again, no suspect is in custody. And on the other hand, we are seeing people being happy and cheering, yes, it's people fighting against the genocidal Kirk. It's people taking justice into their own hands against the vile injustice of Kirk. We don't know that. We don't know any of it. We have no suspect in custody. But people are very confident in creating a whole narrative to the shooting when we have no information to go off. It's brilliant. It's amazing. We have no information, and yet we seem to have all the answers. Well, as a manhunt is happening, and the only thing that is resulting from this is people doing a call for war, especially on the right side of the political spectrum. Look, the right has been proper too long, and now those evil leftists have shown their hand, and we have to respond in kind. I've done a whole segment about it. I'm gonna be releasing it. Hello, Archive. I'm gonna be releasing a whole segment about the fact that nobody has any information, and yet multiple leads are currently being investigated. It said in a statement this afternoon. Earlier today, images of a potential shooter were released to the public. Anyone who recognizes the person is asked to call the tip line. Vladimir says, surely pre-planned assassination leads to some sort of justice. There's big judicial element involved. I know, right? I know. Brilliant. It is all very nice. The FBI is offering a 100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the shooter. Meanwhile, federal officials are analyzing the weapon described as a high-powered bolt-action rifle recovered in a wooden area where the shooter had fled. There are reportedly photos of a weapon and various details about the firearm and ammunition, including inscriptions and symbols. At this time, we are not able to provide further details on the content of the encryptions, the department said in a news release. A footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints were also collected for analysis. So I would encourage people, if anything, I would encourage people to restrain themselves and not create conspiracy theories or any other theories that based on no information whatsoever. Let's at least wait and learn the identity of the killer. I implore you. I think that would be a very wise thing. I believe that would be a wise course of action if we all stopped ourselves for a moment from jumping to conclusions, right? Am I being unreasonable? Am I being crazy? I guess I am. I guess I am just a crazy lefty. Thank you. All right. Let's see what else we've got. Do we have anything else? I think the best thing of today, my best news, and I stumbled on it. I stumbled on this news by mistake. Lukashenko's birthday. Okay, have you wished Lukashenko happy birthday today? Huh? Have you? Well, not today. His birthday was some time ago, but my point stands. Have you wished Lukashenko a happy birthday? I did? Well, you're the only good person apart from Donald Trump. Bachka. I don't care about Lukashenko's birthday. Wow. Wow. That was uncalled for. Random free PO. Lucy, you're being deranged. I won't rest until I'm satisfied by blood. Send me Keffel's address. True. No, but when Xander Hall goes postal, they'll catch him with a mom hunt. A mom hunt? Jesus Christ. Go to YouTube. Let's see who's live. Maybe Xander Hall is live. My God. Kid not kid. It began. Oh, never mind. Vladimir says, I forgot about his birthday. No offense, sorry. Wow. Wow. How could you forget? I was actually at his birthday. Very tasty potatoes. I thought, not to be that person, but I thought that Belarus was in the middle of a potato crisis, actually. I thought they had problems with potatoes this year. Pretty big ones as well. I thought, I was under the impression that... No way! Lavrov did a reaction to the Poland missile. No way. Drone hits Poland. Lavrov warns NATO. Did Lavrov do a reaction to the Poland? Okay, I have to. No way. We want to watch this.
Our Israeli colleagues and I have been discussing and defending the idea that without the creation of the State of Palestine, extremism based on the sense of injustice against the Palestinians will take root.
This is the guy that thinks Ukraine is not a real country.
But recently, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that there will be no State of Palestine because he is concerned not about this, but about ensuring the security of Israel, which is correct. However, in our opinion, it is difficult to ensure the security of Israel, not only by infringing on the security of the Palestinians, but also by liquidating the Palestinians' right to their own state.
I want to see if he'll mention anything about
On October 7th, 2003, there was
Poland.
a terrorist attack in Israel. We condemned it, but we cannot accept the reaction to this terrorist attack, which was not deliberate, not focused on the search for organizers and perpetrators, but which took the form of a collective punishment of the Palestinian people.
that is so ironic coming from
I
Russia.
remember that Israeli leaders at that time, explaining what Israel was doing, said that they were destroying Hamas. I am afraid to offend anyone, but one of the ministers of Netanyahu's government said in response to the criticism that there were civilian people there and that we were engaged in such carpeted hostilities. He said that there were no civilians there and that all the terrorists were there from the age of 3. No one in the West reacted to this statement.
I cannot believe
that there was such an attitude.
I cannot believe that Lavrov, of all people, is talking about this. You know, the guy whose country is killing kids all the time in Ukraine, bombing cities every day.
All these long years. The fact
Incredible.
that it feeds dissatisfaction.
Incredible.
And it is not difficult to create an extremist mood out of this dissatisfaction is a fact. Now you see, Israel is not only the Dutch Heights. By the way, about the Dutch Heights. During the
Chechnya
Biden
basically is a non-entity at this point.
Secretary of State Blinken gave a speech at some event and said that Russia annexed and
Sadly.
occupied Ukraine and that it was unacceptable and so on. He was asked, what about the Dutch Heights, which, according to all UN resolutions, are part of the Syrian Arab Republic? Israel annexed them, and the previous U.S. administration recognized the Dutch Heights as part of Israel, and the Biden administration confirmed this. How can you explain this? He said, this is different, because the security of Israel depends directly on the Dutch Heights. That's all. That is, he denied us the right to worry about our security, and not in the sense of annexation, because
And
the Dutch
so-
Heights were not inhabited by Jews, not by the brothers and sisters of the Jewish people, but in Ukraine, where NATO...
There you go. Russia will weaponize the topic of Israel to push its own agenda in the war.
Centuries,
You can listen to this now, how
the
Russia
rights of the Russian people who lived there for many generations.
weaponizes Israel's genocide in real time.
Principle, conquered all these territories. And when NATO wanted to bring them there, was this not a threat to our security?
Russia weaponizes illegal annexations of Israel in real time. And the West's
We
inaptitude.
recognized the Palestinian state in 1987, a long time ago. The West does not want to do this. They constantly look at the interests of another plan, not the interests of the Palestinian people. Once again, I want to say that we firmly stand for the security of Israel, but not at the expense of Israel's invasion. In addition to the Dutch Heights, they also entered the buffer zone, which should be under the control of the UN. They entered the south of Syria, and they have a number of other territorial plans.
Russia talking of territorial plans is
if you look at the map,
comical.
We all, as a spell, repeat that the long-term solution to the crisis is to create a Palestinian state on the outskirts of 1967. Look at the map. The facts on the ground exclude the creation of a state. Macron, Starmer, and other European figures a couple of months ago, when there was yet another bloody outbreak of violence, condemned and said that they would recognize the Palestinian state when they came to the UN General Assembly. I have a question. Why don't you recognize it right away if you have decided so? I have only one answer. They expect that by the time they threaten to recognize the Palestinian state, there will be nothing to recognize. That's all.
It is very easy for Russia to weaponize this, and that is a shame.
I repeat, we are in close contact with the Palestinians, other Arabs, and Israel.
I still remember when Russia sent spoiled food to Gaza, by the way.
The example of Netanyahu has discussed this situation on the phone more than once. They have a long-standing relationship. It is a very complicated conflict. However, the West benefits from all these difficulties, which require it to take a principled position.
Yeah, because Russia is such a principled party.
Is to accentuate the pointless, deadlocked position of the West on the Ukrainian crisis.
In 2001, Slovenia hosted a meeting between Presidents Putin and Bush, which highlighted its role as a bridge between East and West. But today, as a member of the EU and NATO, Slovenia is more oriented towards the West. And my question is, do you think that today, small countries like Slovenia can maintain dialogue and cooperation with Russia?
You know, it is difficult for me to answer this question because there are other NATO countries that, unlike the current Slovenian government, have not interrupted our dialogue. Hungary has never interrupted our dialogue.
Because Hungary is pro-Russia.
After Robert Fitz has returned to the post of Prime Minister,
Fico.
He was even at the XOS event in response to an invitation from the Chinese leadership. We have the kindest feelings for the Slavs. As a matter of fact, we have never had any prejudices against any country. The president has reminded us recently that we have the norm of unfriendly countries in our legislation.
What about
Perhaps
Poland?
this is necessary for the purposes of any kind of legal machinery. But we do not have unfriendly countries. We have countries whose governments carry out unfriendly policies towards us. We see this as a given. I will say it again. It was not us who disrupted relations and contacts. If our Western colleagues, including our Slovenian colleagues, want to resume these relations, we will be ready for it.
Yeah, Russia should just be able to invade anybody.
Business as usual, business as in the past, can no longer be.
Russia should just be able to invade countries without any consequence and normal relations should be, throughout.
Slovenia, like other NATO and EU members, when your leadership survives this situation of Russia's attempt to defeat us on the battlefield, we will see. But we have very warm relations with the Slavic people.
No, you do
I
not.
remember visiting them more than once, and I have the best impressions of our contacts.
Which Slavic
Thank you
people?
very much.
Definitely not Poland.
Hello, Mr. President. Thank you very much for an extremely interesting and useful speech. My name is Nikita Yurlov. I am a student of the first year of the Odintsov branch of the Faculty of Finance and Economics.
Wow. Incredible.
I would like to differ a little from the political and economic topics and ask you a more personal question.
What the?
You are often asked what you read and whether it is worth waiting for a new collection of poetry.
Oh my god.
I would like to know what kind of music you listen to. Does it help you to get in the mood for working?
Unfortunately, I mostly read documents. Although no, sometimes I manage to read art and literature. However,
weird translation.
most of the time, I take a book and keep it in a dark place so that I don't open it.
What?
Unfortunately, I don't read much of art and literature. I try to read poetry in my own work. For 75 years, I have been writing poems for Anatoly Vasilievich. Thank you for that.
No, he said that he puts books into dark places so
My
that
friends published a book
not
of
to
my
open them.
poems on my anniversary, but it ended in 2004.
Here is
when I was
documents.
appointed
He answered.
as a minister. Since then, I have been writing poems for my friends on their anniversaries.
Wow. Lavrov writes poems.
I write homemade themes. All the other energy that used to go into poetry, including the one that my friends published, now goes into prose. I really like bards. Vysotsky is not a bard. He is more than a bard. Akudzava Wiesbord. It is a pity that our modern author's song is not very popular. It is also a sign of
I
time.
know, this weird. The translation is weird.
Fire and guitar are a part of what we call our motherland, patriotism, if you will. I would try to cultivate it. I am sure that there are people who write their songs. During the special military operation, there are a lot of talented poets whose works are put on music. They try to popularize channels like Solovyov Live, but I would do more to make their music sound better.
Jesus. I wanna listen to him talk about the drones in Poland.
There will be a special competition of poets and fighters.
Are we really listening to this? Oh yeah, we are. It's live. It's live. It's a live event apparently. In Moscow.
I think it would be right.
I turned this on because I wanna hear Lavrov talk about the drone thing in Poland.
A choir, a poetry club, a literature club, a choir.
I'm hoping to catch Lavrov. I'm hoping this will loop and I will hear Lavrov give a comment on the Polish thing.
It was necessary
If he
to
did,
show
then
all
this
work
will
in
loop sooner or later, so we're gonna hear it again.
Friends, I wish you good studies. All the conditions for this are set.
I wish you good studies.
You have excellent teachers and mentors,
Brilliant.
And, as Anatoly Vasilievich said, not only veterans but also active employees will always be ready to communicate with you, to help you, to answer the questions that arise.
Oh my God.
But I want to remind you once again to absorb, but dare to think independently.
In Russia, good luck.
Based
Good
on the
luck.
knowledge gained, look for something new and useful for the country, for you. Thank you again. Dear friends, I want to wish you all the best.
My name is Daria Ruflamiva. I am a student of the International Institute of Energy Policy and Diplomacy, IMGAMO. First of all, on behalf of the students of my institute, I would like to thank you for a very important and interesting lecture for us.
Uh-huh.
It really helped us to realize the main trends in modern international relations, geopolitics, and diplomacy at a more clear and deep level.
Oh, wow.
And personally, your speech caught my heart. I would also like to thank you for the fact that despite your incredibly tight schedule, you still found an opportunity to meet with us, the first-year students of MGIMO. We highly appreciate this because you can be sure that for every student of this university, you are an inspiration, an example
Depressing.
for imitation.
Depressing.
And I will not be afraid of this word, but of a real legend. Now, let me ask you one question. It concerns many people in connection with the recent summit of the United States-Russia in Alaska. And despite the fact that this meeting at the highest level may have answered some questions, what do you think, what tasks and priorities does Russian diplomacy put on the official track at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, what priorities and what prospects does this direction have now and today?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, the peculiarity of our diplomacy is that priorities and goals are never secret.
Yeah, we want
The president
territory.
and our
We
other
want
representatives talk about them, and their methods of achievement are confidential.
very blatantly.
This is understandable because diplomacy loves silence. If you really want to reach an agreement, if you just want to rip off the propaganda foam and sprinkle it on the stage of such diplomatic and foreign policy, this is different.
Mm-hmm.
This genre is not called diplomacy. And diplomacy is an art of making agreements.
Agreements. We get all that we want and give you nothing.
It's the most ancient profession. Because for everything else, you need to reach an agreement. And this requires silence. And our goals are very simple.
Yeah, territory.
Equal cooperation with all countries, including the United States.
We want Ukrainian territory. We want Ukraine to have no army. And
I will tell you that when we met in February this year in Saudi Arabia, together with Yuri Mushakov, we met on the proposal of the American side with Mark Rubio, the Secretary General, and then Trump's National Security Advisor, Waltz.
Waltz.
He is now switching to another job. But then it was a 2-on-2. And the Americans, as the initiators of this meeting, started with what Rubio said.
Uh-huh.
I want to confirm that the foreign policy of President Trump is based not on any ideology, but on pragmatism.
That's bullshit. It is very much rooted in ideology. He's the main ideology guy is... what's this guy's name? You know, the guy whose daughter was killed in an assassination? Him.
As the Russian Federation. And we are interested in the fact that in the cases when the national interests of our countries coincide, we should make the most of mutual benefits from such a coincidence. Having in mind that they will not coincide
Alexander Dugin.
in all cases, on the contrary, they will not coincide in most cases. Because large countries always come across in their interests.
Mutual respect, especially for Ukraine.
Concluded that in the cases when these national interests do not coincide but contradict each other, our main task is not to allow this contradiction to grow into confrontation.
And yet you invaded
I
Ukraine.
replied that this 100% coincides with our position.
Mm-hmm.
And in this context, we have the same interests, and the president talked about this in Vladivostok at the Eastern Economic Forum. There are interesting prospects, including in the economy, including the production of carbon dioxide, including in Alaska, and much more.
Alaska,
In general,
interesting.
the Arctic opens up a large field of cooperation. Space, of course.
While we
and
conquer
much more.
Ukraine.
Therefore, we should have an honest, open discussion of each other's positions and identify coincidences that need to be translated into practical cases. And we should not allow
What a
the
snake.
contradiction to grow into confrontation.
And yet invasion.
This is
The
probably our
invasion
main
happened.
principle.
Hello, dear Sergei Viktorovich. Thank you very much for such an important and detailed speech.
What the fuck?
My name is Konovalov Vadim. I am a first-year student at the Faculty of International Economic Relations.
Wow.
I would like to ask you the following question. Taking into account the fact that the confrontation between the United States and China is growing into trade and technological competition with global consequences for the markets, what strategic steps is Russia taking to strengthen its foreign economic ties, as well as to diversify export directions, especially in the context of sanctions and the restructuring of global financial
No sanctions against Russia, by the way.
Thank you.
I have already mentioned sanctions. They completely contradict
Vladimir.
the principles on which the West
I
has
see.
been building up the international financial system and the international trade system for many decades. What was created after the Second World War was based on the need for fair competition.
The Cold War?
Sanctions and tariffs are no longer fair competition.
They never
It was
were.
based on the need for respect for property rights. As you know, we have taken away and are still holding frozen the central bank's reserves.
Yeah. Because of the war.
The Obama administration has arrested our diplomatic property, which is completely unacceptable. There is also the principle of presumption of innocence, which the West has promoted as part of its international financial and trade ideals. All these principles, as well as the others I have mentioned, have been adopted. What is happening now is, of course, a mess.
Yeah, Russia invaded Ukraine but should be assumed to be
None of the
innocent.
leaders of the United States has ever denied this.
True.
They have said, addressing all members of the international community, that the dollar is not American property. The dollar is a world asset. We are providing this asset so that the global economic and financial system works smoothly, without interruptions, as effectively
Russia's economy
as
is
possible,
in
and as
dire straits
economically as possible,
due to
bringing
the war.
benefits to everyone without exception. The administration of Biden, which began to use the dollar as a weapon, has already alarmed many people and forced them to think, in most cases, silently but seriously, about how to protect themselves from such outbursts in the future.
Therefore, we had to invade Ukraine.
At that moment, they decided to punish Russia, cut off its access to dollar payments.
why did that happen?
Who the next administration of the United States will be offended by and suddenly decide that they are behaving improperly.
Oh, the US was just offended and Russia was just acting improperly by invading a sovereign state.
Other logistical mechanisms
Okay.
which are necessary for normal trade is underway.
Okay. Russia was
It is
cancelled.
not in vain, by the way, that Donald Trump, when he was still running for president, criticized Biden very seriously for putting the role of the dollar as a global reserve currency under threat. which
Are
was
you
satisfying.
kidding me? Didn't Trump say recently that it's okay for a dollar to be weak?
Everyone,
Because it's good for business?
rotation of all these gears in the global economy. And this is true. The actions of abuse of the role of their currency, of course.
Why would you be pro-Russia?
Their trust in it.
Why would you be pro-Russia if you're anti-imperialist?
Members of the Biden administration are also trying to resort to this. It looks a bit illogical. Trump said that Biden's actions in relation to the dollar pose a colossal threat to the Americans and their leading positions in the global financial system. Now, unfortunately, those who are responsible for the finances of the Trump administration have not yet drawn any conclusions from this assessment of their leader.
Yeah, I know. That's why Trump said that the stability of the dollar is not even that important.
Systems, regardless of whims, dictates, blackmail, logistical routes and schemes, is underway. A year and a half ago, President Lula issued an initiative at the BRICS summit on the creation of alternative payment platforms.
Russia would
Finance
love
ministers and the head of the central banks of the BRICS received instructions from the leaders to deal with this issue.
Russia is definitely not part of the third world. Not in the traditional or not in the any sense. Don't be naive about Russia, please.
This year, specific schemes were also proposed at the BRICS summit, and they are already underway. Some of them are already being implemented. We should not talk about them in detail. This is not the kind of audience, and this is not the kind of discussion in which it is necessary to tell how a
Imagine a person coming to a Polish person's stream and saying, yeah, glory to Russia. Brilliant. I guess it's a new viewer.
Today, there will be a virtual summit on video conferencing.
It is insane, though.
Which will be attended by our president. The summit is called on the initiative of Brazil's President Lula. It is dedicated to the need for additional steps to counter the unlawful actions of the West in the sphere of global trade and global finance.
What Cold War sentiment? You don't know what you're talking about.
This is a process. Any action is counted, and there are no prohibitions that cannot be avoided.
This is boring as fuck. It
In
is.
this case, most of the prohibitions are illegitimate.
Oh my
and
God.
contravene international law.
This is just word salad at this point. Breaking news live. Russia declares World War III has begun. This is old. Old as heck. Trans gun debate. Because of course, 1 hour ago, trans gun debate. How many trans people were there in the trans gun debate, I wonder? Let's see.
And today,
Trans gun debate.
okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, we have a show for you, gang, okay? I know there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
in the world,
because
there's a lot of
the
stuff,
Trump
but
administration,
today, we're going to be talking
the Trump
about
administration wants to ban trans people from owning
It is
guns.
alleged that the Trump administration is looking for a way to institute a trans gun ban. There are a lot of people who say this infringes on the Second Amendment.
The
There
trans
are others who say,
administration,
well,
I know.
actually, no,
Freudian
this
slip.
is probably a good idea, and we should keep guns out of the hands of mental ill individuals. And we're going to discuss that today. And we have some great
trans
guests to
administration.
go over it. Welcome to the show. If you're going to like the content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. But we're just going to start, and we're going to give it to Anne first. Okay, Anne?
WIC is getting some good viewership lately,
what are
so
your thoughts? Go ahead.
don't be jealous of WIC.
Cool. Yeah, I go by Leftist Blondie a lot on different social media platforms. You can find me on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all sorts of places. I do political activism for the left, laying a little low about that right now because of, my political opponents having issues. But yeah, about the trans stuff, I think that if we're going to restrict gun access, we should probably not restrict it for the very few of a population who are not posing a threat to others or themselves.
Maybe he's just
I
better.
think that if
Maybe.
you are interested in banning guns for mentally ill populations who pose a real threat to people, you should probably focus on cis white males or PTSD veterans. I think that this
Okay,
is
boring.
Just,
I'm already bored of this debate. Do Democrats support slavery? Debate. Because of course. Okay, let's watch some Russian state TV, okay? I'm here for the Russian state TV. What did they say about... There we go. Russian state TV says there will be no consequences for the drone incursion into Poland because I guess... yeah. Are you like a Dem or something? Yes, I'm a Polish person living in Poland that is a Democrat. Brilliant. Yes. I'm a Democrat voter. A Polish citizen Democrat voter. What kind of a question is that? Okay, Russian state TV says there will be no consequence for the drone incursion into Poland. Zyolib? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking to a person on Twitch, by the way. Banning cis white men.
Президент США Дональд Трамп
US President Donald Trump basically ignored
принципе проигнорировал
a
вопрос
journalist's question
журналиста о том,
as to whether what happened is an act of aggression.
является ли произошедшее актом агрессии. Он предпочел
He elected to remain silent.
промолчать.
No, he did not. He said it might have been a mistake.
Вице-президент США Джей Ди Венс не комментирует данные.
Indirectly comment about this topic. Nobody commented. Well, Trump sort of did by saying that it might have been an accident.
Тему напрямую, но его слова
But these words are meaningful.
имеют значение
Okay.
ввиду того, что они
Because they were uttered after the incident.
звучали уже после инцидента. Венс заявил, что Трамп
Vance said that in case of a settlement in Ukraine,
в случае урегулирования на Украине открыт к
Trump is open to a full range of economic dealings
полному спектру продуктивных договоренностей с Россией
with Russia, because of course that's the main goal, isn't it? Returning to business as usual with Russia. There's the main goal. Not giving Ukraine a fair peace, not protecting Ukraine's interest, Ukrainian citizens, stopping Russia from annexing territory. No, it's just going back to business.
в сфере экономики. При этом Трамп
At the same time, Trump sees no point
не видят смысла в экономической
in the economic isolation of Russia and Putin.
изоляции России и Путина. Все это
All of this is certainly noteworthy.
естественно примечательно.
Yeah, it is noteworthy. It is noteworthy to say that Trump is basically pro-Russia at this point,
На фоне того, что
considering that the European emissaries
в Вашингтоне 2 дня
just spent 2 days in Washington
провели европейские эмиссары, которые пытались
attempting to convince Trump to join.
уговорить Трампа присоединиться к 19-му
Their 19th package of sanctions against Russia.
антироссийскому пакету санкций. Ну вот можно
We
сказать,
can say that Vance responded to them.
что Венс им ответил.
This is pathetic. This is so pathetic. The United States are just basically allies of Russia at this point. Just supporting Russia. No pressure on Russia. All the pressure is on Ukraine.
Нет смысла в
There is no point in economic isolation of Putin. Yes, there is. It hampers its war machine against Ukraine.
экономической изоляции Путина. Прошу.
Go ahead.
Много
There are
событий.
so many different events.
Масса.
Прям всякие. Но
A
если вот
multitude.
всё
If we don't focus on all the little things,
не брать там вот по мелочам, все
everything is still the same.
Мы двигаемся
We are calmly moving forward.
спокойно вперед. Европа
Europe
спокойно.
calmly continues to be aggressive towards us. Yes, because it definitely was not. Oh, I forgot. Lavrov said recently that it was Ukraine that invaded Russia. I almost forgot about that. Yes, it's Europe that is being aggressive towards Russia. Russia's totally not waging a hybrid war against Europe. Totally not. There's been no attacks in Poland against facilities, against train tracks and other places. That it's just Europe being aggressive towards Russia, of course.
Спокойно, так сказать,
The
агрессирует.
19, let's not forget about several Polish drones that entered Russian airspace lately.
На нас.
Trump remains in his normal state,
находится
pro-Russian.
в нормальном состоянии. Либо
He's either waiting to have a conversation with Putin, because of course he does, of course he's waiting for that. He's a good friend of Putin. Let's not forget that he said in a hot mic moment that Putin wants to make a deal for him.
с Путиным, либо разговаривает с Путиным, либо объясняет, как
Or
хорошо
is he explaining how well he spoke to Putin?
он поговорил с Путиным. Между этим
In between, he is remaining that he's what?
министерство, хорошо он поговорил с Путиным. Между этим
In between, he's renaming
переименовывает
the
министерство
Department of Defense into the Department of War.
обороны, министерство войны, там Пентагон,
The Pentagon into the Octagon,
Пентагон, наверное, и там, я не знаю, что там.
and Congress into regress.
еще. Конгресс в регресс. Поэтому
I
я
think
думаю,
this is Trump's main heritage. What? Being an idiot and making the world a far unsafe and unstable place? Yeah, that will definitely be his heritage.
что это главное,
It's not slowed down. It's the normal speed.
на чем достояние Трампа.
I think this is Trump's main heritage. Maybe the person has, maybe the whoever runs this channel slowed down the video. Who knows?
Сразу стало спокойнее в стране.
Конечно, да.
Yes, of course.
Поэтому нормально. Ситуация,
The current situation that we have right now,
которая сегодня, так сказать, присутствует, ну вот,
like the latest news of drones flying into Poland.
Последняя новость.
Oh, there we go. That's it. This is what I've been waiting for.
залет там беспилотников в Польшу. Ну,
All of Europe is squealing.
визгу вообще там на всю Европу. А смысл
What is the point?
в чем? Ну так вообще, если понять.
If we really decided to cause problems in Poland,
Ну, если мы реально...
we could have nuked it, okay? If we really wanted to cause problems in Poland, we should have nuked it. The problem with this logic, of course, is that Russia did not want to cause problems in Poland. Russia wanted to test. That was the main point of this whole thing. It was testing. It wasn't causing problems.
решили там, так сказать, в Польше сделать проблемы, так надо бить по Жешеву.
We would strike Rzeszów. That would be logical.
Ну, это логично абсолютно. И тогда все
And then everything would be clear.
понятно. А так залетели...
Some drones flew in. Who knows from where? From Belarus and Ukraine. We know from where. We know exactly from where. And it's not some drones. It's 19 drones and at least one missile.
Какие-то там беспилотники. Понять не имеем. Откуда, кстати говоря, по
By the way, judging by their shape that was shown,
форме, если я смотрю, так сказать, того, что показывают, это ложь.
they are false targets. They weren't carrying a load. That's so. It's still testing. It still tests Polish anti-air defense. It still tests Polish response. Again, the point was not to cause problems. The point was to test the reaction.
Сложная цель вообще. Это он даже не несет заряд никакой.
Maybe all of them were like this. It's yet unknown.
Вот, может, там все такие,
Also, there was at least one missile.
пока неизвестно. То есть,
He presented no threat whatsoever. Well, the family whose home was destroyed begs to differ.
они вообще не представляют никакой угрозы. Поэтому...
But they are squealing. Oi, oi, oi.
А то, что они там визжат,
То есть это те беспилотники,
So those were the kind of drones
которые заставляют отстреливаться вражескую...
that forced the enemy's air defense to shoot at them. Yeah. So you forced the Polish air defense to shoot at them.
систему ПВО.
Абсолютно точно. То есть
Exactly.
он, в лучшем случае там,
In the best case scenario, even if it
если он даже
falls,
куда-то упадет, там, вреда он
it will not cause any harm. Again, the family whose home was completely destroyed begs to differ.
никакого не нанесет. Это
There's no telling why there is all this squealing.
визгу, то есть,
I forgot Russia does not care about civilian lives. I completely forgot that people's homes being destroyed to Russia, that's considered no damage. I almost forgot about that.
понятно, зачем там.
Let's get a NATO meeting for consultations.
Давайте там собирать НАТО, консультироваться, там что-то.
Nothing will come of it. Absolutely nothing.
Ничего не будет. Ну, вообще ничего.
Ну, вообще, конечно,
Of course, the purpose of this squealing is clear.
понятно, зачем этот визг. Для...
It is to impose the sanctions. I mean, if sanctions are imposed, then you cannot say that nothing comes out of it anymore, can you?
введения санкций.
Абсолютно.
Exactly.
Для эскалации.
It's to cause an escalation and to attempt
Для того, чтобы попытаться...
to drag Trump over to their party of war. Yeah, because it's Europe that started the war. It was not Russia that invaded Ukraine.
перетащить Трампа в свою военную партию.
Сегодня в мире,
In today's world, everything works differently.
знаете, действует совсем по-другому все. У кого
Whoever is strong is the one in the right. What up? Yeah, that is the world that Russia wishes
сила, тут и прав.
for.
Все остальные
All other institutions have been discredited.
все остальные институты, они дискредитированы. Ну, все вообще.
All of them,
ООН,
the
там,
UN and the World Trade Organization. Yeah, it's all just might makes right, which is why it's great that Russia invaded Ukraine. Amazing. This is the logic that we're operating in right now.
мы в это, торговая организация всемирная. и все другие.
This is it. There's nothing left. It's just might makes right.
Все, ничего нет. Нам нужно свою создавать.
We have to
Вот у
create
нас
our
есть
own.
свои союзники. И союзники...
We have our own allies, and they are cool. Well, they're definitely more reliable than the Ukrainian allies, that's for sure. Russia can depend on their allies more than Ukraine can depend on theirs. That's sadly true.
Крутые. Мы почему-то как-то вот
For some reason, we don't really talk about it.
не очень про это говорим, хотя вот
Although we don't hide it either.
мы не скрываем тоже. Вот Северная
North Korea is realistically the only country
Корея. Они действительно реально единственная страна, которая
that
нам
supplied us with their armed forces,
поставила свои вооруженные силы. И которая
who heroically fought for our land,
героически сражались за нашу землю в Курске.
in the Kursk region.
За наш. И это наш
This
союзник.
is our ally. We shouldn't be embarrassed by that.
И нам это стесняться не надо. И у нас таких
We have more and more and more of those kinds of allies. It is embarrassing that Russia gets foreign countries to get into the war with boots on the ground, and the West is not willing to do anything to match. But whatever.
союзников больше, больше и больше.
We have more and more and more of these kinds of
И свои
allies.
институты надо
And we
делать.
should create our own institutions.
У нас серьезные
We
люди.
have serious people. Just look.
Ну, посмотрите.
It includes China, India, and North Korea. Oh, India is already officially an ally to Russia. And China, which claims to be neutral.
Да, Корея в том числе. И так далее.
All of us are together. I'm surprised he did not list Iran.
И мы все вместе. А эти ребята,
But these guys that are already at the end of their days,
которые уже отживают свой век, но не хотят
but
уходить,
don't want to leave,
они все равно будут стараться.
will keep trying to drag us into this big war. You started the war. You started the war by invading Ukraine. Really, Omega lol. Yeah, this is just...
Нас втянуть в эту большую войну.
Will keep trying to drag us into this big war. Yeah.
Но мы этого не боимся.
But we are not afraid. We are strong. But they are weak.
Они слабые. И Трамп так
Trump
говорит.
says so too.
Он с нашим президентом с уважением.
He treats our president and our country with respect. Which, again, the fact that the diplomatic silence has been broken, the fact that Trump is so openly pro-Russia, the fact that Trump is just lifting sanctions of Belarus.
В стране с уважением. Смотрите, как он разговаривает с этими вот ребятами, которые там сидят.
Look at how he talks to these European guys.
Европейцы. Ну он их
He
презирает.
despises them. He has no feelings towards them.
Просто реально. Он просто...
Yeah, because they're not dictators. If you're not a dictator, then Trump will not have any warm feelings towards you. But if you are a dictator, then, you know, Trump will have warm feelings towards you because you'll be a like-minded individual.
К ним относятся никак. Мы еще
We
так
can't afford to do that yet, but it's just for now.
себе не можем позволить. Но это пока. А
He
он
can already do it.
уже может. Поэтому
Therefore, our goal is very simple.
у нас задача очень простая.
It is a very interesting admission that Russia cannot do it, that Russia is too weak to act like Trump. Trump respects everyone who butters up to him. Remember how he talked dismissively about Musk? I mean, he respects dictators, basically. I mean, Zelensky tried to butter up to him and it didn't work exactly. Okay, so
Мы должны делать свое дело,
as for the negotiations,
а переговоры можем вести
we can do it with anyone and everywhere.
с кем
Can you? Does that mean that Putin will come to Kyiv to negotiate with Zelensky? if we can do it with anyone and everywhere, that's a lie. That's a blatant lie. Putin will never go to Kyiv to negotiate with Zelensky. So that's a false statement right there.
Угодно. И где угодно.
The enemy will be destroyed.
Но враг будет
As for
разбит.
Ukraine, if there is a Ukraine, there is a problem. There you go. There you have it. Of course.
А Украина... Есть Украина, есть проблем. Нет.
If there is no Ukraine, there is no problem. There you go. The country that speaks of Palestine's sovereignty, the country that speaks of the need to respect people, the country that criticizes trampling on people's right to self-determine. If there is a Ukraine, there is a problem. If there is no Ukraine, there is no problem.
От Украины нет проблем. Вот я за второй.
I prefer the second option, of course. Of course, Russia, of course, the Russian media would prefer the second option. Of course, the Russian media would prefer a no Ukraine option, or rather a Ukraine being part of Russia option.
Ким Чен Ын
For a major North Korean celebration,
по случаю большого северокорейского праздника
the
образования
creation of North Korea as a state,
государства КНДР
Kim
обращается
Jong-un addressed the population
к народонаселению с поздравительным
with his celebratory speech.
словом. Также, это было вчера,
This was yesterday.
передал
He sent greetings to all North Korean soldiers.
привет
You know, the people sentenced to their doom, to a foreign land, completely for nothing from the soldiers' perspectives. They're just fighting for what exactly?
тем северокорейским солдатам,
Who are
которые
currently located in a war zone.
прямо сейчас находятся в зоне
He's a beaut.
боевых действий.
Красавец.
We don't know what he meant.
Что он имел в виду, мы не знаем.
We
Комментировать
can't comment on this,
мы не
but
можем.
we will anyway in a moment.
Подробности неизвестно, но еще раз.
Once again,
Северокорейским солдатам,
he was addressing the North Korean soldiers
которые прямо сейчас
who are currently in a war zone. I said the soldiers are going there for nothing. I didn't say that the state of North Korea is not gaining anything. The North Korea as a state is definitely gaining something, but the soldiers themselves are not.
находятся в зоне боевых действий. Вернемся через минуту.
We'll be back in a minute. Well,
Заявление Джей Ди Венс.
we can say that actually a pretty big percentage of artillery is being supplied by North Korea at this point.
Которое можно
J.D. Vance summarizes the outcome
сказать подводит
of a
итог
European visit to Donald Trump.
европейского визита к Дональду Трампу.
The Europeans came and attempted
Европейцы приезжали, пытались
to persuade Donald Trump to impose sanctions.
Трампа склонить в сторону санкций. Ну так вот, санкций видно не будет.
There will obviously
Изоляции в сторону
There will obviously be
санкций.
no
Ну так
sanctions.
вот, санкций видно не будет.
There will be no isolation of Putin either.
Изоляции Путина тоже.
Watch. Well, of course, Trump is an ally to Putin at this point.
President's been very open with
Президент был очень откровенен
Both the Europeans and the Russians.
с европейцами и русскими, что он не
That
видит
doesn't seem that he doesn't see any reason
причин, по которым мы должны экономить.
why we should economically isolate Russia. And that is just a horrifying statement. A horrible and horrifying statement. There is no reason to isolate Russia. That just says it all, doesn't it?
Экономически изолировать Россию, кроме как в случае
Except for the continuation of the conflict. Yeah, because not isolation Russia and giving it more means to wage the war surely will end the war faster. That's Just brilliant logic.
Продолжение конфликта. И с другой стороны,
Surely if Russia has more means to rebuild, to restock, it will definitely end the war sooner than.
он очень открыт для целого ряда экономических соглашений, которые
So a whole
выгодны
host of economic arrangements
Соединенным Штатам Америки. Давайте будем
that are beneficial to the United States of America, because that is all that it's about. The bottom line and business with Russia.
честны, нравится вам или нет. Россия,
Let's be honest, whether you like or dislike Russia,
согласны вы или нет с их основными
whether you agree or disagree
аргументами по поводу конфликта, простой
with their underlying arguments for the conflict,
факт заключается в том, что у них много
the
нефти,
simple fact is they have a lot of oil.
у них много газа,
They've got a lot of gas.
у них много минеральных
They've got a
богатств.
lot of mineral wealth.
И я думаю, президент
I think the president is absolutely right.
абсолютно прав, что как только мы достигнем этого
And
мира,
once we get this peace settled, so you can disagree with Russia attacking its neighbors. You can disagree with the Russian imperialistic ambition, but have you considered that a lot of good business can be done with Russia because it has a lot of resources? Have you considered that? Have you considered how much good business can be done? This is so pathetic. This is what the American people have voted for, by the way.
мира у нас могут быть очень
We
продуктивны.
could have a very productive economic relationship. There we go, business as usual. Because that has worked so well in the past, trying to appease Russia through productive economic relationships.
Экономические отношения.
Here we go. Brilliant. Like, the Trump administration is revealing its hand more and more blatantly by the day. It's embarrassing, to say the least. And horrifying as well. And you know, it happens. What am I to even say to that? What am I to even say? Well, I've been called a Zionist in the Twitch chat. That's what a good stream this is. Good stream. Well done. I have done my best. All right. Let's see if there's anything else interesting for me to. Those people are evil. Putin addresses live. One more NATO trigger and we'll. Oh, okay.
The German companies left, and the Iranians asked us to continue. This was difficult because what the German specialists were doing was their design, and Rosatom had to make a lot out of effort to adapt it all to the Russian design. Nevertheless, we did it, and this unit is working, and it is working successfully. We have signed a contract for the construction of 2 more units. The work is underway, and our specialists are on site. This is more than 200 people. And we have agreed with the Israeli leadership that their safety will be ensured. In general, it seems to me that, given Iran's plans to continue the use and development of nuclear energy, including in agriculture, medicine, and so on, but this is not nuclear energy. And in nuclear energy, we could, together with Iran, why do I think
Unfortunately, I cannot rewind.
Because the level of trust between our countries is quite high. And we have a very good relationship with Iran. We could continue this work and ensure their interests in this area.
Nuclear.
I will not go into details now, there are many of them, and we discussed all these details with the Israeli side and with the American side, and we also sent certain signals to our Iranian friends.
I want to hear the one more NATO
In
trigger
general,
and we'll...
we can ensure Iran's interests in the field of nuclear energy. At the same time, we can take care of Israel's safety. In my opinion, there are such options. I repeat, we have offered them to our partners, the United States, Israel, and Iran.
Let's see what they will talk about the NATO trigger. Because this
We are not
interests me.
imposing anything on anyone. We are just talking about how we see a possible way out of the situation.
Russia's so
But
reasonable.
the decision, of course, lies with the political leadership of all these countries, primarily Iran and Israel.
First of all, I would like to join my colleagues in expressing my gratitude for having the opportunity to be here, where you can directly listen to our colleagues from the agency and thank TASS for hosting us. As you know, in a few days the NATO summit will take place, and one of the topics they will
There we go.
discuss is
There we
that
go.
Europe is thinking about rearmament and plans to spend more on military spending.
Let's hear.
My question is very direct. If you have the opportunity to speak to the members of this agency, what would you say to them?
There we go. Let's see what he says to this.
What is your message?
To NATO.
What is the task? Do you consider such a NATO rearmament a threat to Russia?
We do not consider any NATO rearmament a threat to the Russian Federation because we are self-sufficient in terms of ensuring our security, and we are constantly improving our armed forces and our defensive capabilities.
Wait, hold on.
Whatever NATO does, of course, it creates a certain threat, but we are coping with all these threats that will arise.
So why was it a problem for Ukraine
There
to
is no
join
doubt about
NATO?
that.
If Russia's
In this
self-sufficient?
sense, any rearmament and an increase in NATO budget by up to 5% from the GDP do not make any sense. This is the first point. The second point.
If NATO's
For
not a...
centuries, unfortunately, this is how I can fully affirm this, for centuries in the West, all the time, not all the time, but from time to time, there has always been a question of a threat from Russia.
Always,
so
from time to
convenient
time,
for
always.
the Western elites to build their own internal policy. Because on the basis of a possible threat from the East, it was always possible to extort money from taxpayers and to explain one's own economic mistakes with a threat from the East.
That's
If you
not
look at
true.
historical books, we will come to the conclusion that from time to time, this issue has always been raised. It is
What?
clear that today's crisis in relations between Russia and Western Europe began in 2014. But the problem is not that Russia annexed Crimea,
what
but
is?
that Western countries contributed to the coup d'etat in Ukraine. You know,
No,
we have always heard that it is necessary to live by the rules.
So it's not
what
NATO.
But what kind of rule is it when three states, France, Germany, and Poland, came to Kiev and, as guarantors, signed a paper on the agreements between the opposition and the authorities headed by President Yanukovych?
Oh my God, there's a new line from
Three
Russia.
states signed it, including the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Okay.
A colleague from the Federal Republic of Germany is looking at me. Mr. Steinmeier was then the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Can be
Okay.
found in general.
What happened then?
As you know, at one time, we intercepted a project in Iran, which was carried out by German companies and completed the Bucha nuclear power plant. The German companies left, and the Iranians asked us to continue. This was difficult.
Yanukovych
because what
fled the next
German
day.
specialists were doing was their design, and Rosatom had to make a lot out of effort to adapt it all to the Russian design.
What does that have to do with Ukraine?
Nevertheless, we did it, and this unit is working, and it is working successfully. We have signed a contract for the construction of 2 more units. The work is underway, and our specialists are on site.
I think it looped.
This is more than 200 people. And we have agreed with the Israeli leadership
Yeah,
that their
look.
safety will be
I
ensured.
was just I was very confused.
In general,
I was confused by this. I was quite confused by this. Hmm. Well, transphobia of Bed Empanada. Look, it's kid not kin. Paul attack. I want to see what they say about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome
There you
to
go.
Redacted on this Thursday, September 11th.
Also, the Charlie Kirk's assassin has not been identified. Like, there are photos of them, but there is no identification.
I'm Clayton Morris.
I'm Natalie Morris.
And on this day, we are going to look more deeply at the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We're going to look at it factually without speculation. It seems like battle lines are being drawn right now, and they actively want us to follow a certain narrative, to believe certain stories.
Okay.
That they're putting out there. For instance, why there were individuals at this event, decoys, in order for this other individual to get away, trans ideology written on the side of shell casings, and all of that. So we're going to kind of go through all of that today, everything that we're learning, what the FBI is now saying, and who they think
trans
is a
ideology
person of interest that they're looking at. All of these pieces today on the show.
I put on X this morning that my confidence level at getting a real answer out of the government is probably at an all-time low. We are reporting this on 9/11, something we never got a true narrative about from the U.S. government. We've been through the COVID pandemic. We have been through Epstein or lack thereof from transparency from the government. So maybe we can put a poll up. Are you confident that we will get an answer as to who did this and why? Can we do something like that, David? Do you, or comment below, do you think that the government is going to give us a real answer on this? Because I already am feeling messed with. If you have gone all the way through the rabbit hole that it's this or that, you've learned nothing. So we're going to
I can already see how factual and grounded this reporting is.
try to look through what we've got right now and what is the outcome of this? What will it do? What is happening to us? And if you feel something, I mean...
And yeah, if it feels sped up, it's because I sped it up. Okay? They're just as... Blah, 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 blah. They're not saying anything. Even though I was supposed to get a factual, down-to-earth reporting based only on information.
Are in middle and high school, people were really upset about this, truly upset about this. Girls crying, people who didn't understand his politics completely, really, truly upset about what this means for conversation, for discourse, for partisan politics, for our country.
So maybe we can just go through some of the things that we're learning here at this hour. The FBI putting out a photo of a person of interest. If anybody has any information about this individual, you can see him wearing the black shirt with a phone number to call.
If we don't have any information on this individual, then they have not been identified, have they?
This individual wearing like what appears to be some sort of a flag shirt as well, and people on
yeah, this counts as assassin identified. Brilliant.
Wow, that doesn't look like a crazy leftist at all. Well, no, but if you're trying to look in disguise or going to a Charlie Kirk event, wouldn't you wear like a MAGA hat and some sort of American flag paraphernalia? It looks like even like a U.S. Airborne Division.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna go into speculation. Oh, this person does not look like a leftist, but you know what? Could be a leftist in disguise. That's not speculation. Yeah, that's just going by the facts. Jesus Christ.
Vision hat on his head to blend in.
Right. Well, another question is this.
No speculation here. No speculation in this reporting. I see. Thank you. I'm so happy.
Are we led to believe that this is him coming down from the shooting through the university? Do we know that?
Or beforehand.
Or just before? So because he doesn't have a rifle, but now the FBI is saying they found a rifle stashed
in the woods.
In the woods somewhere, which is a strange story. Doesn't quite add up.
Right. If you want to, I mean, if we have it, and there's a bunch of things we're going to kind of throw.
Wait, doesn't it add up?
Right now, the very latest. If we look at this bolt-action rifle, a long-range, high-powered bolt-action rifle that the FBI says was found in the woods under a blanket. Friend of the show and former FBI whistleblower Kyle Seraphin says it's quite ubiquitous that a rifle in a box is just laying in the woods. Right? Here's the weapon just laying in the woods with additional shells sitting there, unused ammunition just right there, ready to go.
It's the leftist ploy.
And to your point, him being on the rooftop. So at what point was he going up or down with the rifle? Was it placed there ahead of time? There he is. There is at least what people believe.
There's people saw him going to the roof.
Is the shooter on this roof? People noticing this ahead of time. Do we have the sound that we can play, Philip, of the individuals before the shooting noticing this individual on the roof? If you can play that, go ahead. Yeah, there it was. Yeah, there it is.
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Oh, from over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying.
Yeah, just saying. Hey, anyone want to look into this guy before he opens fire? Like, why is this guy on a rooftop above this event? I believe we have our guest, yes?
It looks like we do.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. We want to bring in Carson Carpenter now. Carson has worked with Charlie Kirk, has worked for them on many different live events, attended several campus events with Charlie. Carson joined us on Election Day or on Inauguration Day, live outside of Washington, D.C. at the arena there, cataloging the excitement of the election of President Trump with a lot of young people, a lot of youth. Carson, welcome back to the show. Great to see you.
My goodness.
Thank you for having me. I wish it could be for better circumstances today.
Right. I mean, before we get into some detail, I want to really set the stage what your experience is like on some of these campus events, but maybe just.
Oh my God! I was promised reporting based on information and no speculation and no bullshit, but I guess that's too much to expect.
Want to tell us your initial thoughts when you learned about Charlie's passing?
Yeah, I mean, just travesty, honestly. It was my friend who had texted me and then another friend who had called me right after. And I thought it was President Trump who got assassinated at first, but then I found out it was Charlie Kirk and it was someone who I worked for. And it was just truly heartbreaking. And I just thought of what those kids had to witness in Utah, seeing that live in person in front of them. And I'm just praying for them and their mental health right now. And to just see that type of event unfold in 2025 in our beautiful democracy would be something our founding fathers would just.
Jesus Christ almighty. Oh. A thing like this in 2025 in our beautiful democracy? No way. No way.
Just not be able to comprehend, honestly.
Let's talk about these events. You've worked with Charlie on a lot of these campus events. I think a lot of us were shocked that security was almost non-existent. There's a small security detail that Charlie had personal security. In a lot of these events, of course, states across the country, it's required under state law to have a staged ambulance on site. Where you could actually administer some sort of help. Instead, they had to throw him in the back of an SUV, no ambulance. First responders, it seemed like, weren't there as part of this event to be able to save his life. Is that common at these events, the type of security and maybe like lack of emergency personnel that would be at something like this?
Yeah, it's a strange circumstance of what went on, especially about the event space. It was surrounded by buildings in a horseshoe fashion. And for a lot of these events, Charlie will have his own security detail around him, obviously. And then it is campus police, the campus police department, that is supposed to take the rest of the perimeter. And for an event like that, there was probably close to 2,000 to 4,000 people there. And that perimeter would have been impossible to extend out to the 200 yards of where the shooter was on the building. And the campus police would usually be about 50 yards to 75 yards out for a perimeter. But something like this would have been super hard for them to secure. And at a lot of other campus events, there wouldn't be surrounded buildings. Like
how about this? Lock access to roofs, to rooftops. Don't make rooftops super mega easy accessible for events like this. Just a thought.
The courtyard, and at ASU, it was never like that. It was never set up like that, where there were rooftops that were exposed around Charlie and his tent. It was always in a wide open walkway, and there would be a building right next to him that they would be able to secure pretty easily. But to see something like that went down, definitely will have to be investigated into about the security failure that happened.
So what you're saying is that this was an unusual layout, which begs the question, somebody knew that. Because if his other events had better security and police had better access to securing him, somebody knew that this was the weak point. Because I've looked through the schedule of the tour. He was scheduled to come to Colorado next, moving on to Virginia and other places. So someone had to know the layout of this one as a weak spot. That's sort of what that tells me.
Makes so much sense. I know.
React to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it was the university that had the most knowledge about where the event was going to be, obviously, because it was hosted on their campus. And a lot of times for these events with this many people, they have to just be complicit about where this event space will be happening, right? A lot of times universities won't do it in other areas. Maybe they didn't do it in another area because it was a political event. They maybe didn't want it inside, but Charlie loved being outside with the students and it was beautiful weather up there. So we don't know the speculation behind that, but I would say that for this type of setup, it was unusual and it was probably provided to them by the university. And I suspect that potentially maybe the Turning Point chapter at that university might have known where the event was going to be. And it was interesting that they, put out the schedule months in advance, and they've done that before. But it begs the question, who knew about where the event was going to be held and in what fashion it was going to be for a shooter to get up on a roof 200 yards away? I believe it was on a hotel roof, or it might have been a university building roof. I don't know for sure. It just really begs the question between campus security, university officials, and that Turning Point chapter there of who knew about how the event space was going to be organized.
At these events, it seems like students could sort of just come and go. I mean, we played the video a few moments ago of these individuals before the shooting just pointing up to the rooftop, and they weren't seeming like at the event. They were kind of like adjacent to it, or maybe they were making their way to the event. Just kind of.
So we're getting speculation and, well, whatever. This is stupid. This is silly. We're getting nothing, of course. We're getting nothing. The aftermath. Oh, look at that. What is this? Food shops. Brilliant. Brilliant. Mercado Media. Loner Unboxed? What? Hate education, huh? A global pattern of collapse. 15,000 viewers, Destiny. Well, so much for Destiny's, so much for his audience taking a hit for, you know. So much for that. So much for that. Mm. All right. I guess that's it. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. This was a brilliant stream. I love you all. I'm gonna rate you to some. I think this went well. I hope you see you tomorrow as well. I hope you enjoyed all the topics for today. Also, come to my VODs and give them some love. I think they deserve some loving. All right? All right. Maybe. Perfect. Maybe is not a no. All right. I'm gonna rate you into Kid Not Kin. Maybe one day you'll return the favor. Bye-bye.